In this video, I'm going to show you how you can add audio to your live streams or your recordings in Streamlabs OBS. So for example, if you're gaming and you have a face cam, your audience can hear you using your microphone, but they can also hear the gameplay. So your gameplay audio is also being captured. So you would be using something like this, the Elgato HD60S Plus to capture your gameplay. So that'd be your gameplay audio and your visuals, and also your Elgato Camlink 4K, and this is good to connect your DSLR camera to your computer so that you can use a camera such as your DSLR as your webcam. I'll have affiliate links in the description below of where you can purchase the Elgato Camlink 4K or the HD60S Plus for your live streams. Without any further ado, let's get into the video. If you look at my main streaming
How's this? Actual microphone now. Right, that says audio input capture, and it seems actually picking me up. Let's try listening live. How's this? Actual microphone now. Right, that says audio input capture, and it seems actually picking me up. Let's try listening live. Success. I'm going to try. How's this? I expect the audio that sounded a little bit off was me playing myself through my phone to see if it was working. How's this? Is this clear enough? Cool. Right, I'm going to try playing something on the screen at the same time. Thank you to everyone helping exist. Let me put the camo on. I'll just aim it there at a warhound for a minute. While the warhound's there, I'm going to play something on the screen. What shall I play? Let's just go into noisy video. Let's play this, see what happens. Can you hear noise coming from the video at the same time? Can you hear the video coming through at the same time as my speech? Yeah? I think so. It certainly looks like you can on my screen. Cool. Is it doubling up on the audio because it's hearing itself through? How's the sound quality when I'm speaking and noise was going on? Was it okay? Okie doke, so fingers crossed. Well, in many respects, I think the video isn't supposed to come through too clearly for copyright reasons. But I'll try and get it through. I might be able to get it louder. Let's have a look. Let's find the perfect volume. Hiya, Trillion Trifles. How are you? Also, we need to decide. I'm going to be building some warhounds during this, just, to keep it lit bashy. But you need to decide whether you want to be seeing the building or seeing my lovely 5 AM face. So decide that amongst yourselves, whether you'd like to see my hands building stuff or my face saying words during the stream. Desktop audio is currently at minus 13.4 decibels. Fortunately, I've got some just headphones somewhere. Let me go see if I can find some headphones so I can listen through my headphones rather than it doubling up. When people said that, they'd watch it, they'd have nothing better to do, I imagine that would be at 5 when I was actually watching the thing. Now I know that also applies at 1:30 in the morning when I'm trying to get my audio to work. Which means we're all a bunch of nerds. Yay! How does this sound if I listen now? I'm speaking into the microphone. I've got my headphones in. Can't hear anything yet. Is that my headphones off or not? Let's listen to something else random on YouTube. Ooh, I just heard something go bloop. So that presumably means my headphone's working. Right. So have you decided whether you'd rather see what I'm building, or would you rather see my face reaction of you who are already here? What would be a better streaming experience? Because I could put it there and you could see the thing I'm building. How's this? Actual microphone now. Well, I'm building good, because that way I don't have to show my face. Right, that says audio input capture, and it seems actually picking me up. Let's try listening live. How's this? Actual microphone. Right, that says audio input capture, and it seems actually picking me up. Let's try listening live. Success. Right, that says audio input capture, and it seems actually picking me up. Success. Right, that says audio input capture, and it seems. I like how I just had my audio kind of playing on repeat because I was listening to how good the audio was, which was then mean it was playing itself recording, which then meant it was playing itself recording. It was a nice little slither of infinity. And it does mean I probably can't watch at the same time. I will shut my wonder what volume you want desktop audio to be. Let's play. I'm going to play an old stream of Warhammers so we know what kind of level they're going to be playing at. So I'm going to do a mock stream of whatever last thing they have on here is. Let's go to the Hangout and Paint, yeah, pick randomly in there.
Really easy to like look past like the base and stuff and go straight to like the main, you know, the model, right? But they've done a grand job there. That's awesome.
Well, the model is also base in this kind of thing. It's like
Yeah,
a
the
whole
model
army,
one,
so it's actually it deserves as much time painting as Red Lobo itself as well. So I love how she like Crushy has put on like little glitters on the goggles as well. So little details in there, and on the ball as well. It's shiny.
Oh, in the bottom corner, and the one on the top left as well. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's lovely.
I never thought about putting yellow on this model either. I like the addition of yellow with green as well.
Yeah, there's some nice little touches.
How's the volume of that and me speaking over the top? What needs to be louder, what needs to be quieter?
Skits as well here.
I mean,
From Kurishi.
Because I can't hear it at the same time, because then
Yeah,
I hear myself speaking again, and it
I love on the
glimpses
model as
infinity.
well, so with
that's awesome. Does the maybe I should know this. But does the Christmas kits have gloves normally, or
I think
are they
I
just
think
painted like that?
you can paint them
Because
as
I'm
hands.
definitely doing that
Paint
today.
them as oh, I
Because
see.
that's
So
amazing. I didn't even think. Yeah.
Oh, you guys got some inspo as well.
Oh yeah.
yeah, this is what we're already getting the theory of down to the canvas.
The right base for him as well is great. See why have one? That's the compliment. Good enough.
Yeah, we can afford
This is
more.
massive
This is
all of the
AC paint
rainbows.
stuff. Yeah, this is like the whole bag, right?
Maybe this is similar to I don't know, I've not watched the
Bump their sound up a bit. Okay, so imagine I'm discussing, oh, look at this lovely thing what they're doing. So this is them. So if I put their volume's up to there. So again, so speaking into this, 1 2 1 2. Oh, look at that nice little dwarf dressed like Father Christmas. Isn't that interesting? I like the way that the belt thing goes around the beard. That's fun. Oh, that's funny. Keep me posted throughout the video if it ever gets too loud or too quiet. I can always put myself over the top. I hope this is as wildly exciting for you as it is for me. I think all you guys watching this still counts towards my watch time, so thank you for that. You're all very helpful. I'm probably going to have to close my eyes at some point to see if I can get any sleep. I'll have to set an alarm. Can I do that on the computer? I'm going to stop that because I'm getting bored of Christmas minis. We've only just managed to take our Christmas tree down. What with all the nonsense going on with my boy over the last couple of weeks, we didn't get the chance to take them down in time for 12th night. Oh well, we made Candlemas, whatever that is. And I think, therefore, that is the settings where we want the settings. I wonder if there's any way that my extractor fan downstairs is on stupid loud. I might go turn it off manually for a second. Alright, let's not share that for a minute. Just in case. Do. Just do this. It's ugly, but it works. It's not ugly. Just make sure that is what YouTube is seeing. Can you still hear me and see me? Because I've closed the YouTube window, so I've not got so many nonsense windows open. And I'm just doing it entirely through Streamlabs. So I'm hoping this means you can still see me. It says I'm still live. So fingers crossed. Anyone who's still there, Arjack maybe. Yeah? Oh, you can? Oh, good. Solid. Well, I was expecting this to take me until the thing to work out. But instead, there we go. Well, all of you who are here get to see the first repos that I'm going to do with my warhounds. I'm trying to do, with warhounds, I'm trying to make them as agile as their name would imply them to be. Because they're called warhounds. And so you'd think, like hounds, they're supposed to be fast, particularly for Audax. And yet they're all these really nonsense they're all these really nonsense big chunky beasts. So I'm going to try and make them all look a bit agile. There's a particular bit of artwork that I'm going to be focusing on for the conversion this morning that I'll bring up on the screen. I might be able to get it up on the screen at the same time so you can see what I'm working on. Completely forgot my phone number. There we go. I'm now signed into Twitch. That's something I can do now. Let's add a profile picture. I might need to open up a new window. Might even have to be Edge because Google doesn't like two windows signed into the same thing. A new window. There we go, that's better. It's fun how you can still see what my mouse is doing even though I'm doing something on a window that you can't see. So, is anyone else doing hobby during the stream, or are you all just going to watch and listen? It shows you how little I actually do on my computer. I had to find a random image that I'd sent to myself. Need to have the capital L and the capital I or else it's not lit bashing. It's just lit bashing. The capital L and the capital I is lit. Really lucked out that Legion Imperialis kit bashing sounds like lit. It's like automatically Gen Z ready. And I am hip and cool and down with the kids, in case you didn't know. Do I have to choose some interests? I don't want to choose some interests. I'm sure this is a wildly exciting pre-show. Sure, I'm glad I'm putting on. A hell of a what's it. I left the window and now I can't find it again. Can you tell I don't really do Twitch? There we go, that's what I was looking for. So it's 2 o'clock now, and we've got until 5, so I could close my eyes and have about 3 hours. Now I know everything's working, assuming it is still working. Salamanders, Kratos. Don't think there are any flamers for Kratos, I don't think. Could give them, though. There's no reason you couldn't give them the flamers. There are these massive Inferno cannons that come with the Warhounds. This is what I'm going to be trying to make with my Warhound kit. So what's everyone expecting to see? I mean, obviously we're going to see some Kroot. I think we know that. Put loads of detail on it. Salamanders, flames everywhere. There are loads of legions that if you want like a nice unified, everyone the same, you know, there's plenty for that. But there are some, like the Iron Warriors with their hazard stripes, so you can just put them absolutely anywhere. Salamander's Flames, Night Lord's Lightning. Use it. They don't all need to look exactly the same. You can put a flame on the leg of one, on the arm of another, on the backpack of another, and that kind of ties them all together like a flame would, like a kind of fractal fires everywhere. So, yeah, I'm all for the legions that have those little themed bits. Use them, as many themed little bits as possible. Has turning off the extractor fans downstairs, has that helped clarity? I mean, the computer's still quite loud. It's a pretty old computer in the scheme of computers. I should probably put a logo of mine up here somewhere. I haven't got any of the... I haven't got any decent logos, but I can stick that one up. It's an old logo. Can't I have two images? Will it really not let me have two images? It must do, mustn't it? Image, source. Add a new source instead, there we go. I did say I was going to start streaming if I hit a certain follow count. And I went and did it, bizarrely. Cool. Thank you, Artrak. You're my producer for this one, I think. Oh, have you seen this? My wrist strap on my phone is an old 2006 Wiimote strap, because I was looking for a decent wrist strap for my phone, and I was looking for something, a little bit nerdy, but not like too nerdy. And I went through a whole bunch of different ideas, and eventually settled on one I had in my cupboard. So I dug out an old Wiimote, and now that's attached to my phone. And most of the time it's really good. It means I don't drop it when I'm taking photos. But when I've got doing this whole kind of thing, it does like to dangle. And no one likes a dangly Wii. Makes a mess. I'm torn between not wanting them dead in the corner, but also not wanting to cover up too much of the screen. Here we go. Right, 2 o'clock. Can I set an alarm? I probably have to do it on my phone, just in case. I'm going to close my eyes for a bit. I probably won't sleep, will I? Let's face it, because I've had enough coffee to keep myself up till now. But just in case, there's a chance of a little bit of shut-eye. Set an alarm to make sure I wake up. if I snore or talk in my sleep, you'll have to tell me what I say. Oh, I could send a better logo to myself here. Yeah, let's do that. Who's excited for Old World this weekend? I'm incredibly excited. I get fantasy back. This makes me happy. Do 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 do. Hey, hey, with the monkeys. People say we say, So most songs you can just kind of hum to yourself, but if I'm right, if you hum the Beatles, then like YouTube automatically goes nope, because Paul McCartney doesn't like to share. Oh well. Save image. Yeah, the transparency is not great, but at least it gets my name up there. Screen nice and big. There's probably much easier ways to do all this. That looks fairly intentional. So we've got 5 viewers, and I don't think I count as one of them. So Mediocre Coder's here. Hi, nice to see you. Arjak, I know, is here because he's very active. I assume a Trillion Tribals is still here. And Elijah Moxley. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4. Is Ched still here? He was the most recent to reply. Sorry, I'm saying he. I don't know who. If you've not got a obviously gendered name, I don't know. YouTube tells me most of you are guys, which makes sense. On account of Warhammer being a sausage fest. But then I've got, Matty's a fairly masculine coded name, and Lord knows what I am. And where are we here? What was I finding? Oh, I was doing this. Hi, Phoenix and Metal. Testicles. Oh, I've had too much experience with testicles over the past couple of weeks. There's something you kind of take for granted until your son has to have his cut into in order to turn them around the right way, because apparently sometimes they just don't go the right way. And this is a big deal. Hello, Calzeroke. Oh, having fun. Noticed I said I was going to go to sleep 10 minutes ago and I'm still fanning around with images. Oh, it's alright. It's not like I've got a huge drive in the morning. Oh, it was. I don't envy him at all. I hope that doesn't cover up too much of the screen. I don't imagine it would be right at the bottom. Maybe I can get it down a little bit more. Only 4 viewers now. I guess someone went away. Oh, back to 5. I don't know. People on my Patreon will know the amazing. I don't know if odyssey is the right word. In fact, it certainly isn't the right word. But the odyssey of my 1.3k followers. over the last couple of days, because we had that huge spike of early subs on YouTube, which was amazing and unexpected, and it's recently plateaued, which is, means I don't have to keep looking at it every 5 seconds because I need endorphins. But it does mean that looking at them over the last couple of days, I've gone from 1299 to 13 to 1299 to 13, presumably where people just go through and cull their subscriptions. I've done it a couple of times, and just things I'm no longer interested in. You can't have too huge a homepage, but it has been well, guys, I'm back up to 1.3. Oh no, down to 1.2 again. Hey, I'm back up to 1.3. Oh no, 1.2. So now the target is 1,301, because that gives me a buffer. And that is exactly the kind of exciting, fascinating insight into my life you get from the super cool club that is my Patreon. And what I get out of it is talking to an empty room at 5 people spread around the globe. I expect most of them at a far more sensible time than here. Oh, no, don't worry, Arjack. I mean, it was a huge jump. Like, we're way ahead of where we were expecting to be. I was expecting to have like 10 followers for the first year, and somehow I hit 1,000. In fact, I hit 1,250 within the first calendar month. So I really can't complain. This is an amazing, for a while. I think probably still are the fastest growing Warhammer hobby channel on YouTube according to the analytics, including all the old world specific channels that are just starting to pick up, including Square Based, for crying out loud, and that's the Honest Wargamers kind of sister channel specifically for the old world, and we were faster growing than that, which is genuinely incredible, as in I do not believe that to be the case, yet it was. So yeah, and this is a little specialist wargame. It's not like a huge, it's not 40k, it's not even Age of Sigmar, it's epic, which is the best one. Obviously we all know that, we're here, but for most people it's just another specialist wargame. And considering I'm making silly little conversions and kit bashes of them, it seems pretty niche, but then I think it's the niche that kind of got that initial jump, because I made the channel because I was looking on YouTube and other areas for epic hobby content. There was lots of stuff about what units to use. They have all been selling out, and Old World have been selling out as well. And I'd love to think that's because it's all popular, but I think it's more likely that they just didn't make enough for it. But then actually saying that, the Warhammer World Tournament sold out immediately as well. I was refreshing and trying to get tickets, but it kept cancelling because of PayPal. It was you got through to PayPal and it was oh no, the ticket isn't there anymore. So you went back out and went back in. Oh no, that ticket's gone as well. And it wouldn't let me use any other payment method than PayPal for some reason. So yeah, maybe it is that popular. Well, regardless, it's very humbling, all this YouTubery over the last month now, just over a month old. And like I say, I can't complain. 1.3 or 1.299 followers in one calendar month is off the wall. And especially with the impact that's had on the Patreon, it was because of the Patreon that I was able to afford the starter set. Yeah, but Horus Heresy is good though. I was really late to the jump for Horus Heresy. Because I love Emperor's Children, and I made a tiny Emperor's Children warband. Just a little group of cacophony out of Noise Marine bits, but kind of heresy themed. And that was my kind of like first thing. But then it took me ages actually to get into heresy as a kind of modelling project. But then I did. And then when they said, oh, the new epic's coming out, and I thought, oh, good, and I dug out all my old Tyranids. And then they said, oh, no, we're not doing those, we're doing Horus Heresy. And I was like, oh, but then was like, ooh. Because now I can have all of the Traitor Legions. And yeah, Phoenix, I agree, it would be, I'd like my main games. Yeah, 40k is great. My biggest army is Tyranids. I love Tyranids. That was my first army. Yeah, it's annoying I couldn't get a ticket. Fingers crossed some get returned when you can return them up to a week before the event. So maybe a week before the event, loads of people will realise, oh crap, I haven't painted my models, I won't be able to go, and they'll return a bunch, and I might get that lucky phone call saying, oh please, come and fill the spaces, and I'll go, yes, because it would be good to have lit bashing there, because every single model I bring will be lit bashed. Like I would like to not bring in 3,000 points, not bring a single model built how it was supposed to be built. That would be, I don't know if flex is the right word, but it would certainly be something I'd enjoy. And it'll happen. Maybe not this one. Deathwatch is your biggest army. Impressive. What an army to be biggest. You'll have to share that with me. Share it with me on the Patreon because I want to see that. Yeah, Tyranid's my biggest. Then, weirdly, Stormcast Eternals, which I was not expecting. Again, I was a huge Warhammer Fantasy head. That was my thing. I had so many armies, which, if you've been following the channel, you know every single one of my armies isn't coming back to the old world, which means I'm going to have to start a new one. And that project might be the first and maybe even only 28mm project that I do put on lit bashing. And I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I put that poll up and most of you seem to want the variety. But, you know, I feel like I've got the super fast following I've got because of the niche, and I don't want to give that up. So I might do something silly like make videos, not edit them, and put them as unlisted, and just have a playlist of them, and just every so often remind you all, by the way, if you're into 28mm stuff, there's a unlisted playlist you can watch. But that way it won't spam people, you know, who follow me for the epic content. Or that might be the worst of both worlds, because that might mean I just don't get any views on them and people still don't like the fact I'm doing them. I don't know. Lit bashing, as in Legion Imperialis kit bashing, will always be the focus of this channel, up until the point where I've done every single Horus Heresy character model and every single Horus Heresy Legion-specific unit and every single diorama. When we get to that point, maybe then I will branch out full-time into 28mm. But until that point, nah. Let's do the 8mm stuff. Because you show, even just on a personal note, talk about the endorphins and talking about the kind of like, you know, wanting that dopamine hit. When I show people my big kit bashes, like, sure, I get loads of cool stuff. I go like, oh, that looks really good. I've got a fully reposed Tyranid Hierophant. Yeah, a fully reposed Tyranid Hierophant. That's kind of like climbing over like terrain and doing stuff. And people look at it and go, wow, that's amazing. But that's kind of where it stops. And it's fair because it's a huge model. And yeah, it's, you know, difficult to work with because it's resin and, you know, that comes with its own challenges. But in terms of looking at something and going, holy crap, that's smaller than my thumbnail, and you've made it look like that. You know, I've had people, you know, I've had people contact me, like on Facebook and on Reddit, to say, hey, I don't know you, but I've joined your channel and it's been amazing and it's been inspiring. And that's really nice to hear. So, yeah. And going back to what I was talking about originally, saying that, because of the impact of the Patreon, how successful that has been very, very quickly as well. I was able to afford the starter set, and I couldn't. I was, we're in the middle of a cost of living crisis, and the mortgage is going up stupid amounts because of that, because the last time we had a mortgage deal was pre-pandemic. So we're going from a very, very good mortgage deal to a very, very bad one, paying an awful lot more money for absolutely nothing more. So I was really thinking, the occasional, the occasional infantry box might be where it ends. And then I was able to get a decent camera. I was able to get a decent tripod. I was able to get a starter set to start doing some of the tanks. And yeah, it's been, I really couldn't have asked for more. So yeah, RJack, it would be nice if, the growth was exponential, but I'll happily take 1,000 dedicated epic fans, in all senses of the word epic fans. I'll take that over constant growth any day. But I always get a couple of extra subscribers around a new video day, and I've got that great Castaferum thing, the Iron Circle Dominar Ferrum thing. That's coming out, and Iron Warriors fans are a vocal lot bunch, so I imagine the Iron Warriors fans, if I share it onto the Iron Warriors Facebook groups and Iron Warriors Reddits, subreddits, that'll hopefully pick up a couple more fans who are only in it for the Iron Warriors. 2:30. See, I could get 2.5 hours sleep, or I could carry on talking into a dark room. Hello, dark room. You're dark. Do 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 do. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again, because of visions of sleeping. Let's get the camera back on at least. I don't think anybody's fooling anyone about getting any sleep. It's fine again, I'm just like I've got a 3-hour drive to do in the morning. Let's secure this a bit better. This gooseneck tripod, that was thanks to Patreon as well. So I don't recognise any of the other usernames, but RJack's on my Patreon. He's one of the legends. Ooh. It's interesting that you're RJack 1312. Oh, I just realised. I assumed it was an end of, like a kind of, oh, there's been 1,311 other RJacks, but no, that's much cooler. I just realised what it is. Nice. Rock on. Unless I'm wrong and there are actually 1,311 other RJACs. Either way. See, I'm in two minds about doing the Primarchs. One, they'd be big videos. Like, still, Khan and is my biggest video. So, you know, the big characters people like. But, one, they're the characters that are most likely actually to get official releases. And as, like, cool as some of the kit bashes have been, they're not going to be as good as a 4-12 resin Perturabo. And also, the scale of Primarchs is so much bigger, so they'd have to be so much sculpting. Like, Perturabo might even have to be based on an Ogrin. He's so big, like that kind of level. Which is possible, thinking about it. But, you know, it would be a big deal. Counter to that, it would be really cool. Someone has requested Sanguinius. When I did the everyone who joins my Patreon by a certain point gets to recommend a video and I'll do it no matter what, one of those was Sanguinius. So that means I am going to make the Angel at some point. And some point soon. But again, he's got to be tall. He's a tall boy. I know what I'm using for the wings at least. So yeah. The other short ones might be like Alfarius is possible. In fact, another one of my patrons, Enric, has made a Alfarius, and it's a damn fine Alfarius. So I might just copy what he did and then be like, this is my idea, original content, do not steal. And I can say that because Enric said he wasn't going to be watching the live stream. He was going to be catching it later. So I'll just edit that bit out. So ooh, 7 viewers. Hi everyone, we're just kind of having a very laid back chat. As I kid myself into thinking I might actually get some sleep before this. Copy and tweak. Yeah. No, I'm going to try not to copy at all. Like, I've seen some really good like kit bashes out there. Like when I did the community roundup, there was an absolutely excellent Abaddon. Like that used the what's the word? The drum from the combi bolter as the head, and it was inspired. Like excellent, really good. But that did mean when I made my own Abaddon, I had to say no, I'm not going to do that. Everything's going to be fresh and new. And also the other Abaddon was kind of based on the 40k look with the red top knot and the kind of big bald head. Whereas I based mine on the 30k look with the black top knot and the slightly more recessed in the Terminator armour. So I think it was different enough. I think like everyone can make everything they want to, as is the way it should be. So yeah, unless I see someone do something that is just perfect and there's nothing else I could do to improve it and nothing else I could do to make it mine, there will be original content, do not steal. Except do steal, obviously, that's the whole point of this. Like I do the guide so you all can do it. If I eventually do get to go to a Warhammer World Tournament and every single army is lit bashed to high hell, then, you know, I'll consider my job done. Yeah. So on the topic of the old world, as you know, Vampire Counts was going to be my old world army, new inverted commas army, and I'd started putting some bits together from Age of Sigmar bits, and then they revealed that that one wasn't going to be in the main lineup. So I'm going to be using bits from that, and I'm going to be making a kind of gothic horror, hammer horror themed Tomb Kings. So still Tomb Kings, still objectively the kind of like Egyptian aesthetic, mummies and liches and stuff like that, but kind of like hammer horror mummy rather than 90s mummy movie mummy. So I'm thinking using skin wolves as Ushabti and painting the wolf bits in the kind of jade Ushabti colours and the skin hanging off them as kind of mummy bandages. So that's going to be a way of making it be just a little bit more grimdark, a little bit more grubby. I want to make a bone giant out of Nagash and have him as kind of like stumbling forward, dragging a big sword behind him. Cetra, I've got a big idea for Cetra, using the Flesh Eater Court's Endless Spell, the Corpse Mare kind of stampede thing, and having that as kind of like fleshy, half-eaten horses dragging along a corpse cart, and have Cetra inside the corpse cart. So yeah, it's gonna be fun too. I'm also gonna build the bone dragon, but then not use the kind of howdah that comes with it. I'd use the howdah that's on top of the Cruel Boys Marsh Crawler Sluggoth. Again, just kind of going into that kind of coffin over sarcophagus end. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing for my new, inverted commas, Old World army. And of course I'm rebasing all my Iron Jaws, which was originally just a little project because I wanted to practice painting yellow. So I bought some Iron Jaws to paint yellow. But I just think it's mainly, again, if something's funny, I'm far more likely to do it. So my Corgus Cole, the big Corn Lord from the original Age of Sigmar box, I've modelled him to be riding his Fleshhound. Like I put his legs in a kind of seated position, put a magnet on the back of the Fleshhound, and he just rides around on his Fleshhound. Mainly because, again, at the time when Age of Sigmar first came out, bases didn't matter. So I thought, well, he doesn't need to be on his big base then. I could put him on a 25mm and have him just rearing up on his tiny little Fleshhound. So many of my projects begin with, how can I make this silly? Which is kind of, I think, why I've drawn towards 8mm content. Because however silly something is in 28mm, it's a hell of a lot sillier in 8mm. I wonder if I am going to get any sleep. At some point I might just go quiet, or adrenaline might take me all the way through. I'm certainly not going to be leaving the full stream on. Like, when I edit it down. Who is like you guys here for the conversation? Yeah, okay, we're having a bit of fun. But who is actually going to want to watch this parasocially? Kind of just from 1:30 in the morning until it starts. Oh hey, it's my brother. Everyone say hi to Jacob. Hello, Jacob. How are you? Hey, we're up at the same time. My brother's basically nocturnal. So this is just kind of, normal for him. Meanwhile, I am running on fumes. I don't know what SAG is. Is that just sad? A sad badge? Don't monopolise the chat if you are here. Join in, obviously. If ever one of my videos is disliked, I know it's probably Jacob. Hey, engagement is engagement. My son is having a sleepover at Uncle Jacob's house tonight. How is he? I assume he's still asleep. Currently it goes to a sensible destination. What does that mean? What goes to a sensible destination? Yeah, he does that. Thank you, Jonathan Thompson. I don't suppose I'll complete the bit of art during the stream, but I'll certainly get started. Well, again, let's not pretend I'm going to sleep. What I do need is I need to go and get my clippers. So I'll be back in a second. Enjoy my dangling headphone, if you know what I mean. I know, where's everybody gone? Ah, there you all are. I didn't see it coming. Like a porn ninja. I was most surprised at the bit where you all yelled surprise. Let's put this further up. A bit more. I was OG goth. Emo wasn't a thing when I was doing it. Emo came a good few years afterwards. Trying to pick which legs. Some of the legs might need actually fully reposing, so I need to go and get my little hobby saw out of the car. But you've got to pick the best ones to tie you up. Yeah, the web presence for the old world is pretty good. Just the most tucked up legs. I think it's probably this one. So that one I'll have to trim down the... Yeah, I'm going to have to go and get the saw, I think, if I want to make it look like the art. Yep, gonna go get my better scalpel blades. Back in a tick. Lord of the Rings was a great system. Still is, I assume, as Middle-earth. It's just a shame there's not really much more they can do with it. It's almost like a completed system now. They've got all the models, the game's good enough. It's just kind of there. Brand new blade. Let's play the game of guess how much blood I spilled tonight. Depending on how tired I am. There's a new monolith now. I've seen it, it's been out a couple of years now, but still it's pretty cool. Which of these silly saw blades do I use to cut through? Necron Mercs. There are any Necron Mercs. Are you thinking of the Kroot, the Tau Mercs? You did Kroot for a bit. Yeah, you did Kroot Mercenaries for a bit. And there are going to be more Kroot. Like, that's almost guaranteed for tonight. Because there was a shadow of Kroot in the this year on some kind of Kroot cavalry. But interestingly, doesn't seem to be a Narlock because it's got 4 legs. Ah, the smell of sawing plastic. Timu Warhammer Supplies. I saw that was a Squidmar, wasn't it? About whether it was scam or not. I saw that video. Was it the Squidmar one? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, since I started making hobby content, I only get recommended hobby content now. You're saying because I used to watch all kinds of stuff. Super Mario troll videos. Jurassic Park fan theories. Legend of Zelda stuff. Zelda really is my only thing. My first ever attempt. Won't even get Tom Scott on films. No, Tom Scott said he's still going to be doing stuff. He's just not going to be doing his regular walking through a field reciting thing. He'll still do videos. He said that, just not regularly anymore. I only use premium for. I only steal your premium for John. Also, film theory can go away because Matt Pat stole my Zelda theory and made huge money off it, and whatever. Yeah, if you look up River Zora, and there's a little clue to the old River Zora name in my lip bashing logo with the little River Zora sitting on the top. I made one Zelda theory video before the pandemic, just to see, have a go at YouTube. And it was alright. Didn't do particularly well, but I thought it was okay in terms of editing and fun. But then the pandemic happened, and I kind of thought, oh well, let's ignore that. And then I did this, and this became much more successful. I guess the niche for epic content is less filled than the niche for Zelda content. The tip of this is definitely going to snap like immediately. When cutting out circles, it's much more about kind of scoring it enough so that when you snap it, it snaps along the line. At least that's the theory. Yeah, I'm hoping we'll get some back. Down to 3 viewers according to mine. I wasn't expecting any viewers until kind of 5, seeing as that's when it was supposed to start. But then I was trying to get things to work and couldn't work out how to do that without making it public. I pressed not public and it still showed up, so I thought, oh screw it, so I then just made it public. And people kept joining. And then we got chatting, and we're all having a lovely time. It's like an Alan Bennett talking head in here. So I intended to get some sleep about 1 o'clock in the morning, but instead potentially recommend full screening the active content. What do you mean full screening the active content? Do you mean as in make me bigger until it starts. I could do that, yeah. Yeah, go on. Have bigger while we wait. The rad subs are here. Damn right, the rad subs. Which is Arjak, my brother, and whoever the mysterious third person is. Presumably Kalzaruk. I don't know, I can't see a list of who's here. Oh, it is Kalzaruk. That would be cool. Or even just featured in a Warhammer community article, that'd be good. You know, if anyone wants to, spam Warhammer community, just being like, hey, have you seen this 8mm person who keeps making all the characters? I wonder where the scoreline will go now. Needs a deeper cut. OOC, you were in Games Workshop. What do you mean, OOC, you were in Games Workshop? What does that mean? Oh, it's back to 7 viewers. Hello, 7 viewers. Currently just building a Titan. I'm trying, in case it wasn't clear from the screen, that's what I'm trying to do. When was I in Games Workshop? I popped in today, in fact, seeing as I couldn't get home because of the traffic. So I popped in and picked up an order that I had delivered to Bromley. Hello 9 viewers, this is a kind of hangout and hobby while I build a Titan, seeing as we've still got 2 hours until the stream. White Dwarf? I was never in White Dwarf. I never even submitted anything to White Dwarf. Oh yeah, I won all the local armies on parades and stuff. But the competition wasn't exactly fierce. I won at Blue Water once. And at Bexley Heath twice. Yeah, but the Working Smoking Volcano didn't even win. The Working Smoking Volcano came second because someone made one that actually reached the ceiling of the Games Workshop. And it was jammy because the ones at the top weren't even painted, but you couldn't see them. So, you know, that's efficiency for you. Not that I'm bitter for not winning with an actual smoking volcano. Even if it did absolutely soak my friend Ian's dwarves. Because it used the kind of like, what nowadays you'd probably call vape juice, the kind of smoke machine stuff. No, I've never even submitted to White Dwarf. Maybe one day. Well, that's because I tried doing it a way I did it, and it didn't work. And when I try something and it doesn't work, I ask you. Anyway, don't let this chat be too Jacob heavy. It needs to be relevant to all of y'all. Again, Jake, don't alienate the audience with nonsense stuff. Keep it hobby, man. Fun fact about Hobby. Hobby is the name of a small falcon. And that small falcon's Latin name is subbuteo. Buteo. Or buteo, subbuteo. And subbuteo, if you squeeze them together, becomes subuteo, which is the hobby, which is why subuteo is called subuteo, because it's a pun on the Latin name of the hobby bird. Just a little bit of pub quiz there. It's a really real bastard of a joints to cut. They really don't want you reposing these warhounds. Have I heard of Sugru? Is that like Ligma? How is it better than green stuff, or different from green stuff? Why would you want rubber consistency when cured? Sounds very unpleasant. Your world of cooking and murder. That was a ruler falling down. Everyone wants a big ruler. Big ruler? I hardly know her. Keep it hobby. Keep it hobby. Keep it hobby. So, of those people who are here actually for the hobby, what are you expecting or hoping to see tonight? Are we going to get any legions? I know they haven't specifically mentioned legions, but legions often gets included with the Horus Heresy logo, so we might get a little bit. I mean, we know we're getting the Solar Auxilia. Yeah, predictions for LVO. We know we're getting the Solar Auxilia basically as 28 mils. So they might include some 8mm stuff in that. Missing units, stuff like that. I don't think we're seeing any Old World, which is annoying, but it makes sense because we just had a release. Yeah, Mastodon would be good. All the huge, ridiculous vehicles would be good. Like, what's the point in 8mm if you can't have the really massive vehicles? Starting to come. fortress to the bishop. By the way, I've deliberately not got a cutting mat down because on the Patreon chat, Enric said that it causes issues when I don't use a mat because his wife goes, "Oh my goodness, it's directly on the wood." But I would like to remind you, this is a really, really old IKEA table. It's not, in fact, it's like a desk thing, it's not even a table, so there's really, nothing that can go wrong with it. I'll tell you what. I'll put a birthday card down at least. Just to give it something to dig into. Yeah, I saw Valrak was talking about that. I don't know what it's going to be the crossover, but yeah, it looks like there might be. Although I haven't played Call of Duty since 3 on the Wii, when you had to shake the Wiimote to let escape. It's on the way. Here we go. Here's the moment. Yeah. Nice. Makes it all worthwhile. Yeah, I think Necrons have had their new stuff announced. You've got, I think there's still one resin character, plus you've got the resin shards, which desperately need replacing. As good models as they are, the molds are just showing their age now. I reckon a dual kit, Nightbringer, Deceiver with a new third one. So you could have Nightbringer, Deceiver, another one, and Void Dragon, and just run super cool shards. I like the shards, but that's because my headcanon is that the Hive Mind is a shard. Specifically Yashudra, the Endless Swarm, most hated of all the Catan, who disappeared into the warp. As far as I'm concerned, if you've got a Catan named the Endless Swarm, who disappeared into the warp, and then from beyond the reaches of the galaxy, this weird sentient hive mind of aliens comes out. I will sleep. I'll sleep after it. I don't need to go to work first thing. I've got a long drive because I've got a study weekend, but I can sleep between 6 and when I need to leave. Probably 9ish. So I'll get about 3 hours. It's not a lot. It's not ideal. But such is YouTubery. So this is going to have to go well into there. I was about to say, of all people, Jake, are you really the one to tell me to go to sleep? How much sleep have you had this year? Except they're not Borg. They're not Borg in the slightest. They consume and then melt themselves down. That's pretty good for you. All the people watching who aren't joining in the chat, I love you. What are you getting from this experience, hearing me get sleepier and sleepier? Is it like an ASMR thing, just me kind of talking gently while building a warhound? I suppose that's hard for you to answer, because if you're watching and you're not in the chat, then you're not going to be able to answer. I'm imagining it's because my dulcet tones and me reading and saying, now, I'm building the warhound. Fortunately, I have screwed up the joint slightly. So I'm going to need a little bit of green stuff to fix that joint, because the saw took some of it away. But that's okay. Can't get this any further away. Hi. Hi, Tom Payne. Are you named for or in memory of the Thomas Paine? He of the common sense? Hey, I'm happy to do some hobby stream watch. I'm just going to get a lighter to empty this glue. It's been a while and I don't keep the lid on because I'm a loser. Yeah, I'm going to need to go get a lighter. Back in a bit. Why is that unfortunately you're US based? You know, having a good time in the US? Which legs am I using for this one? I'm using spiky legs. No, I don't want to glue this on. I do need to make sure that it's going to fit on the pose that I've made. What am I hoping for LI that we haven't seen teased? See, it's a bit of a double-edged sword because there's lots of things I'd love to see, but I also would love to kit bash them. And if I wish for something and it gets released as a proper kit, then I don't get to kit bash it because it's already there. I guess the thing I'd really like is Tartaros pattern terminators. I think possibly they'll do a third, a Mark III. I reckon they'll do a Mark III infantry sprue, and on that Mark III infantry sprue, they'll have an alternate weapon heavies, alternate weapon specials. So maybe melters and las cannons or Volkites, and they'll have Tartaros pattern terminators instead of Cataractes as the terminators on there. That's what I expect will happen at some point, probably not straight away. And having Tartaros pattern terminators opens up so many other characters. You can make Phoenix Guard, you could... Yeah, that would be good. So a Mark III infantry sprue. With Tartaros terminators, that's what I really would like. Then there's Phoenix, Arizona, next to Lansing, Michigan. Texas is Austin, just a quick jaunt. To Montpelier, which is up in Vermont. St. Connecticut's a pretty in the fall. Kansas has Topeka, Minnesota has St. Paul. Once upon a time I knew the whole state song and capitals. Don't think I do anymore. I could probably piece it together, but yeah, Animaniacs were good. I need to catch up with the new series. I started watching it and then just got distracted by other TV. Cheyenne is in Wyoming, and perhaps you make a home in Salt Lake City to where the buffalo roam. An hour and a half until showtime. What a time to be alive. And I've got 9 viewers this early on. Cool. I mean, Valrak's probably got like 1 million. But still, you know, from small things, big things may one day come. So what hobby is being done out there for all of you using this as a kind of like hobby guide? What are you all hobbying? I know one of you is watching the cricket. I'm using super glue on these armor panels because I'm probably going to snap them off for painting. I want to see what it looks like altogether. Super glue is really good for immediate joins that you can just snap off. So there's that leg. Hey Jack, what up? What food did you get? Right, well, I'm going to need to trim. There's a hole in his, aren't I? Well, what legion do you want? Loyalist or traitor to start with? I suppose that's the easiest thing. Once you've got loyalist or traitor, you then need to decide whether you want a kind of traditional one, so one of the loyalist legions and one of the traitor legions, or whether you want to do a loyalist force of a traitor or a traitor force of a loyalist. Once you've done that, you've halved your choices down. Some people like his dulcet mank tones. Getting a bit of super glue on this, I'm too impatient. Super glue can hold it in place while the plastic glue cements. What do you mean Valric? Is like, you don't watch Valric, you don't do Warhammer. Stow away. The last Warhammer you did was when I tried to convince you to do Blood Angels for Betrayal at Calth with the minis from that. And you made me paint them for you, and I did like 3, and then was like, no, you got to paint these, and you were like, no. That's very noble and amenable, Phoenix, for that to be your choice. But it's not as helpful as I like goodies or I like baddies. You do have appalling fine motor skills. But yeah, the problem is he doesn't know which one he's going to have fun with. A dupe. I'm that guy you regretted making a Discord. What? I haven't got a Discord. What are you talking about? Yeah, but I don't get the analogy because I don't do Discord. I had to download Discord in order to share this page into communities. Is that like picking a rocker? You're very present is what you are. Exactly, goodies or baddies. And by that I mean goodies like the traitors or baddies like the Imperium. I assume John's still asleep, Jake. Good. Wonder what being asleep is like. Sounds great. Ooh, 11 viewers. Guess we're getting close to the time. Hi, 11 viewers. How are you? Introduce yourself in the chat. Start talking so Jake talks less. Is it? I have no context. That is not a bad. See if we can get that angle. That is not a bad for approximation. Anyone watching, I'm Iron Dudes, yeah. Thing is, if I were doing Isfan 5, I would absolutely add Iron Warriors to my actual army. But given that I'm doing Isfan 3, they have no place. So I really want someone who is doing an Iron Warriors appropriate theme list to use this Friday's video, or use later on today's video, to make an entire detachment of Iron Warriors themed walkers. And I think it would look incredible, particularly with all the hazard stripes. So, you know, if anyone does, please show me. No, keep real life out, Jake. Nothing's a secret, it's just, you know, not relevant. Right now, my vocation is making tiny 8mm dudes. Well, for the 11 watching, the next week's Lit Bash is a kind of lore in Lit Bash. It's a new type of video I'm going to try and see how it does. But we're going to talk about the lore of Legion Audax whilst I build. So this is a little bit of a preview of the build bit that you're getting here. So bits of this will be showing up in the background. As we talk about the lore of Legion Audax. Yeah, he should be waking up soon. You can't show websites on YouTube. Every time you type it in, it doesn't come up. Jake, don't spam the chat. Yes, it did get in order. Is it good for the algorithm if one person spams chat? Hey Jake, are you going to leave this running on your phone for the premium points? Jake, are you going to leave your phone running? Jake is like the only person I know to have YouTube Premium. So I hope that when I eventually get AdSense activated, he can just like leave his YouTube playing in the background. Good, good. Oh yeah, the stuff's going flying all over the place. That's why I'm wearing an hoodie. Jake, stop talking about dead dogs. That can't be good for the algorithm. I don't know the story, Jake. I wasn't there. Jake, stop talking about stillborn puppies. Like every chat on the thing is you at the moment. Just, go and get some sleep. Let us start talking about hobby again. Jake, get some sleep. We're in the last hour. One more, you got 45 minutes to make predictions, and then you'll be able to say "told you so" to everyone when they come true. Speak now or forever hold your pieces. think my plastic glue needle is finally dead. Yeah, it's fully dead. It's a shame. Now I've got to try and remember how to build a warhound after having only built one. Because I left the instructions downstairs and I cannot be bothered to go get them. I've been downstairs too many times for too many things. Everyone who's still here, feel free to introduce yourselves in the chat so we can start talking properly. Decided what you want to start playing as yet? Of course, if you really can't decide what you want to play, Alpha Legion seems like the obvious. And they're pretty good in game, with all their movement shenanigans. Or you could just do what I'm doing and have a whole bunch of different legions. Because where I'm theming mine around Isfahan 3, that means I can have all the Isfahan 3 legions. So I have Death Guard, World Eaters, Emperor's Children, and Sons of Horus. Well, I have almost thrown the Warhound out of the window a couple of times. Not intentionally, mind. Just because the bits kept flying out of my hands. What bits am I missing? I need this bit. The aim is to have a full Canis light maniple. The maximum audacity videos, there are going to be 2 videos, one in January and one in February probably, assuming the first one does well. If no one watches the first one, I just won't bother with the second one. I'll just finish the project and then put photos up, but I hope it does well, because I put a fair amount of effort into writing the script. Like, I've not just copied Lexicanum, I've gone through and read the Audax book, found the various sources, thrown a little bit of my own style in there. Ultramarines or Blood Angels? Oh, so the goodies. Traditional goodies. Of those, I'd say Blood Angels are far more interesting. Ultramarines are very poster boy. Whereas Blood Angels have the whole kind of vampire aesthetic going on and the kind of darkness in them and the black rage. So of those, I'd definitely choose Blood Angels. Plus red is such a good colour to paint. It's very hard to paint red badly. Plus you got the, if you do 28mm 30K, you've got the new weapons on the way. Look at my other warhand. Work out what on earth's happening with how this works. Yeah, black power armor is an interesting choice. When I went through and painted one of each legion, black was by far the biggest challenge. Because even the contrast is just so dark, like Black Templar contrast. You might as well just paint it black with how dark it is. It's not just kind of like easy mode like some of the contrasts are. Counter to that, it is really good if you want to use it like old better black ink and you just want to, just cover an area with black very, very quickly. Pretty good. So paint I will always have in my collection, even if not necessarily for the reason it was intended. Yay, worked it out. And without a needle for the plastic glue. That's what happens when you do things when you're tired. Everything just starts becoming, yeah, I'll do. What other bits do I need? Not worried about armor panels. I do need all the structural bits. Should probably get the head as well. No, I'm not going perfectly lore here because I think lore-wise, at this point in the campaign, they would still have had the Imperial Eagle on them. But, you know, Chaosy is just so much nicer. A couple of pointy arrows. Yeah, definitely. It's like, this project that I'm hyping up, of which this will be a part. This classic artwork themed Titan God engine. Yeah, it'll do, won't it? I wonder if I'll fall asleep at any point and just kind of carry on on autopilot and wake up and be like, goodness, the shoe elves have made my Titan. Here's a lore question. Can Warhound Titans open their mouths? I don't imagine they would be able to, because I don't see the reason why they would. Like, presumably the mouths are just fully aesthetic, right? Anyone's up there on their Titan schematics? Let me know if Mars Pattern Titans can open their mouths. Can Mars Pattern Titans open their mouths? So Warhounds, the face, is it just a aesthetic face, or can the jaw actually open up and go "Rrr"? Can't find the... It's the bottom of the mouth. There's the top, where's the bottom? Oh, it's right in the middle, isn't it? There it is. Okay, so it's a cockpit. It's not an actual mouth. That's a shame. So it would be fun to model one roaring, particularly for Audax. Less than half an hour to go, team. Well done everyone who's been here the entire time, ever since I accidentally turned on my stream at 1:30 and sealed my fate. All I was doing was trying to make sure that video settings were right, and it was like, oh, you're live. I was like, oh, okay. Went to unlive myself and people were already here, which was, you know, nice. Yeah, I want to do Possessed Titans, but also where I'm basing my own force on Istvan 3, they all wouldn't be mutated by then, because that was like the first real rebellion. Like, I don't think I'm of the opinion that it was the first battle of the heresy. I think other things had happened before then that could have counted, but certainly it's what was one of the first major. But there is a really good kit bash on Reddit of a Legio Volpe, or Volpo? Yeah, Legio Volpe, Banelord Titan, which is a possessed warlord. There's an incredible conversion, an incredible paint job too. So have a look at that. Can't remember who it was by. Yeah, I don't know if a Juggernaut head's too small for a Warlord. Certainly work on these. Although the, I don't know what they're called, there's a small 28mm Knight that's about the same size as these. War Dogs, are they? The ones with the bone faces? Jeremy McClellan. Maybe it's. I only found it on image search, and I was at work when I saw it, and they block Reddit at work, so I was able to see it in the image search, but I wasn't able to actually go onto the Reddit and haven't looked it up since. Like this massive, just kind of corn Banelord Titan with a like chain mace, like flail in one arm, and I think a chainsword in the other, and it's running surrounded by fire with a bloodthirster face. And yeah, it's a damn incredible conversion. Lit, one might say. So if that is your friend's work, tell him, goddamn. I wonder if the stream is open. Let's see. Let's refresh the page. That's the old one. It's still offline. Taking its time. Usually goes up half an hour before. "13 viewers. First one I was to leave is going to die." So, probably the most tenuous way to tell people not to log off. How is everyone? We've been having a really relaxing time over here. Just been building a warhound whilst talking the night away, or the early morning away, or a perfectly reasonable time away for some of you lucky people other side of the pond. Yeah, see, I need to actually learn how to play the bloody game. I was talking with Hirasi, who is a very good rules kind of theory crafting channel, and we briefly discussed maybe doing a kind of collab video where he teaches me how to play, kind of test his skills at teaching a newbie how to play. So that might happen at some point. I mean, not all ridiculously busy with work. They say up at 4:45 in the morning. I'm a bit concerned that it's 4:47 and they haven't gone live yet. Oh, there we go. Speak of the Games Workshop and they shall appear. Right, this is getting smaller. Tell from which Sept world made first contact with the Kroot. Dalith. Let's move that so you can see the trivia. There we go. We'll move that back down. When? Out of the core box. The Warhounds out of the Legion Imperialis core box. The only really decent options are the missile launchers. So I double missile launch if you're going competitive. But I'm not going competitive. I'm going Audax, and that means I will be using Ursus Claws, which are by far and away the worst weapon out of the box, but they're incredibly fluffy for purposes. So yeah, strictly into if you want how good they are, double missile launchers. But really, better than that are the weapons that come in the Titanicus sprue. So if you can get the Titanicus sprue, basically all the weapons on there are better, except for the plasma. So yeah, the Volkite's not bad. The cannons are very good. The resin weapons are good. Turbo laser destructors are good. Gatling guns are good. Basically all the best weapons are ones that are really difficult to get at the moment. There goes my alarm. Reminding me. I'm hoping I cancelled that and didn't just mute it. But yeah, I think the important thing is to remember is Heresy and Legion of Burials especially is not intended to be a competitive game. So balance almost doesn't matter. It's really you're supposed to be playing out battles and seeing how they go. So, you know, if you see a weapon that you like the look of, use that one. I think I'm getting there. I might actually get this done. Yeah, the reveals I think are giving a lot away. Seems to be no crew on the way. Kill team. I think Plastic, Solar and Kroot are pretty much guaranteed. The biggest rumours have been that there's going to be a full Kroot box set. So the Tau kind of battle force that comes out pre the rest of the stuff isn't even going to be Tau, it's going to be Kroot. But I do wonder what that means for the Vespids. Like, I never liked the Vespids as much as Tau, and I was like, why did you introduce the Vespids? Why not just give us Kroot Vultures? But I do wonder what's going to happen with them since they're fine cast. And also not particularly good looking. I think you'll feel right at home there. Right at home where? Bear in mind, if you're commenting links, they don't show up. YouTube blanks them. Speaking of can-do attitudes, I'm waiting for the first time I start a conversion and then realise halfway through it's just not going to work. It's happened with 28 mils, but none of my lit bashes so far. But it must happen at some point, and it's going to be very funny. Ah, Realm of Paint. I'll follow that. Yeah, it lets you tag Instagram because it's all, related. Google and Facebook have a good working relationship, but it doesn't let you actually link web pages. Yeah, I'd love to work with in the realms of Realm of Paint. How's the volume, my voice, compared to the background? Can you hear them but also hear me? Let me know if you need it turned up or down or the balance changed at all. Nice. The Imperator I want to make is the Dies Irae. That is going to be like my final kind of big project. Not final, I mean, like, as I'm making big projects, I'll need a lot more followers before I do Dies Irae. I don't want to waste him. Then again, he might bring in lots of followers. You can only hear me. You should hear like dum 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 dum. What if I turn this up? Can you hear that? I can make him really loud. That. Hey Bradley, how's life? Let me know if you can hear the background. Can you hear enough? Is it too much? That's at 83% of my volume. Okay. Should have known that 83 was the magic number. Good evening, everyone. Are we all having a wonderful 5 AM or whatever time it is where you are? Starting soon. Are you on the edge of your seats? Yeah, that's what I'm working on, and I've been working on it for a while. Getting there. Yeah. Right, let's move everything back to where it should be. This is very Lord of the Ringsy music. Middle-earth isn't even on the schedule today. There's a little dude under there. I'm going to have a little guy being crushed, aren't I? I think they are giving hints. I think you're absolutely on the money there, Phoenix. Right, it's 5:01. And we've got our 14 viewers, which is the most viewers we've had.
Hello, and welcome to this Warhammer preview online. My name's Lewis.
Hello, Lewis.
I'm joined by the wonderful Eddie.
Hello, Eddie.
It is the Las Vegas Open 2024.
Hello, Las Vegas.
LVO. Always a very exciting time for us, I think.
LVO or VOL for dyslexics.
Always a super exciting time. As always, we've got some fantastic releases to show you, but before we get into that, Eddie, tell us a little bit about LVO. What's been going on?
Let's move my
LVO, the Las Vegas
microphone a bit closer.
One of the largest independent Warhammer events in the world. We think it's great that big independent Warhammer events happen all around the place, and we try and kind of support them where we can. And one of the ways that we do that is some of the larger ones, we take the opportunity to show you some cool stuff. And obviously we are here right at the start of the new year, and it means that we've got lots of very exciting Warhammer things to show you that are coming up in the next few months. So we have things across multiple game systems, Warhammer 40,000, Warhammer Age of Sigmar, and the Horus Heresy, along with some of our skirmish games as well.
Jason, I actually won't be giving him the plasma blast gun because I'm basing him around a particular Canis maniple, so the poses are going to be there, but he's actually going to have double flamers. I might magnetize it so I can give him the plasma, and if so I will reconfigure it so it's the right way around. But yeah, this is part of my 5 Canis Light maniple. Ooh, where are we joining us from?
What time is it as well? Because it's...
Bloody early is what time it is.
You know what time it is here. I was slightly unsure. 5 a.m. here. So what time is it where you guys are joining us from?
5 a.m.
Early and very cold here in the UK.
Yeah, it's a bit
Yes, yes it is.
If you are tuning in from somewhere in the UK, in Europe, and you've rolled yourself out of bed in the small hours of the morning to join us, thank you ever so much for joining us. We very much appreciate it. If you're watching from somewhere else in the world, then let us know as well.
So what
Shall I comment?
Verona, Italy, Australia, Brazil, Japan, 11 p.m. Alabama, Austin, Texas, Argentina, all over the world. Thousands of you as well.
Yeah, so one of the cool things about doing these previews is that we do get to kind of have a moment and kind of share some cool Warhammer stuff with all the Warhammer community around the whole world, and it's great to kind of come together and just get excited about new Warhammer stuff that's on its way. The other thing, of course, guys, is to let us know in the chat if there's anything you're particularly hoping that you see, anything you're looking forward to seeing, particularly against previews. Obviously, we've all got our own favourite game systems, favourite armies, favourite factions. We're always kind of fingers crossed that those are going to be the things to reveal, and hopefully some of you guys tuning in will get, you have your moment, right?
Oh,
You'll have
yeah,
your
absolutely.
time. Some armies that have been waiting patiently for some new miniatures and some new reveals will get their time today.
Yeah, so what have we got? We've got... Chat's crazy. So Space
fast,
Wolves.
moving too fast
It's
to read all
moving
this.
too fast.
Before we get stuck in as well, I just want to say thanks to Raf, who's running the tech today. So if it all goes smoothly,
Which it will.
Obviously. It's all because of him, and a big thanks to Notley, our moderator, who's keeping you guys sane in the comments there as well. So big thanks to those guys. Right, shall we kick off with some previews?
Yeah, kick off.
Go.
There we go, mandrakes. Everyone said it, and now we got them. Good mandrakes. Very good, mandrakes. Harking back to the metals, but not being tied to them. Yeah, good.
A new kill team box there. The second for the new season of kill team. There's bad v bad as well. It's the Drakari Shadow Demons take on the Night Lords Terror Troops.
Bad.
Let's start with the murderous Night Lords. What do we know about
Really?
the sinister operatives?
Yeah, so this is Kill Team Nightmare. So we knew it was on its way.
Yeah.
We knew there was a new box of Kill Team coming.
We did.
announced the name before, and we had talked about the Night Lords. So I'm not going to dwell on the Night Lords for too long, because we have seen these guys before, but they're such cool models, it's worth kind of showing again. This is half of your Kill Team set. Night Lords Nemesis Claw Kill Team, and as you can see,
I like
it's really lovely
considering
Chaos
they're so
and the key thing really here is that this is
like they're not very modular. The
for your
new
Chaos Space Marine,
Chaos Space Marine sculpts.
added on top,
So it's very impressive how modular they've been able to make the
miniatures, and lots of very nice
upgrade
models
sprue.
there. So you've got like some Batman helmets, you've got some lightning claws, there's lots of very macabre gothic details on them. You've even got a kind of half a loyalist space marine on a stick, which is pretty cool as well. But we have seen these before, so we're not going to dwell on them for too long. So we're moving on to the cool new thing that we're announcing today, which is Mandrakes, Drakari Mandrakes for Kill Team. Obviously, both of these units as well also available in Warhammer 40,000. So Mandrakes are a unit that's been with the Drakari, with the Dark Eldar, pretty much since their inception, but in various different forms.
A very decent update in the mandrakes.
This unit's been available.
Like they're clearly plastic.
You can see
There's a certain
cool, dynamic, very detailed
plasticness you can tell from flames.
because these are absolutely
Like metal, I think metal and resin flames look better than plastic flames.
counts on the opponent's
Plastic flames, you can tell they're plastic flames.
few things to kind of note about this.
I don't know how else to explain it. There's just a plasticness to flames.
But there's some new things in the mix
But it's
as
very
well.
good.
So rather than being
Inspire that.
a default
Let me
unit
shrink my
model
silly
that's
images.
the same, there's a little bit of variety mixed into this kit as well. So you've got some leader units in there in the form of the Night Fiend. You've got a model called the Shadow Weaver, who's that one that you can see on the far right, kind of throwing a
Hang on,
minion
so we can
around
see.
himself. And then you've got a couple of variations of weapons in there as well. So you can see bottom left there is a big two-handed flaying sword there, which looks pretty terrifying.
Nice. Imagine swinging that.
Yeah. So the way that these guys fight is that they are kind of part Drakari, part Shadow Demon. Their origins are a little bit mysterious.
As opposed to regular Drakari, who are part Drakari, part Shadow Demon.
So I suppose in that regard, they probably fashion choices are kind of on par with the Night Lords, I suppose.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
kind of go
pretty
the same sailor.
Same style.
But they are pretty good in close combat. They've got kind of flaying knives and weapons, very cruel looking weaponry there, kind of a little bit butcher in the mix, and they've also got the ability to kind of throw shadowy flames.
I don't know, they look quite feminine to me.
A threat at range
It's a-
and up close.
it's a
And in
butcher
Warhammer
joke.
40,000, their thing is that they can kind of pop in and out of the shadows and attack wherever they need to on the battlefield.
Scary stuff indeed.
Yeah, very, very cool unit. I think as well one that Drakari players have been looking forward to for a very long time in plastic. Now expanding that already very lovely Drakari range into new exciting places. I think as well like a treat for painters as well. So you look at some of those miniatures and the opportunity to do some very fancy work on some of those kind of tattoos and glowing bits. Some
Fantastic.
kind of ethereal flame on there as well. Lovely different mix of textures across the models as well. So you've got the kind of flayed skin, you've got the dark.
Do we have any Drakari players in the chat?
You've got kind of wispy hair and you've got flames.
Anyone for whom this is, super exciting?
Lovely kit to paint on as well.
Or are you all just
And this is
hoping for the
as well.
epic?
Is the
Generatorium.
that's the generatorium, isn't it? Yeah, of course.
So you can put this in the middle of your new kill zone. Kind of, you can imagine this kind of popping out the middle of the.
That's a good bit of scenery. I think that's the kind of scenery that
and
could be
nice solid bit of
read as a big factory in
season of Kill Team is
Legions Imperialis.
raised
Like it obviously wouldn't work in the scale it's intended there, but I think with a bit more context around it, you could read it as a giant factory.
is flexible enough actually that it's a large piece of terrain that you could also sit quite happily in the middle of a Warhammer 40,000 battlefield, and it's tall enough as well that you could probably like hide a few infantry units behind it as well. So it's just a nice, cool, fairly sizable blocky piece of terrain that you can add to any game, either Kill Team or Warhammer 40,000.
Or Legions Imperialis.
Like that sort of upper level and then like that kind of lower bit as well on it. Can
Yeah,
you go
there's-
back to the other. Yeah, I think that's the.
Yeah, have some heavy cover and kind of pop out and like fire some pistol shots down there or throw some flame, whatever your ranged weapon is, before you get kind of up close and personal and into the melee of close combat.
Nice, lovely stuff.
Yeah. And all of that comes together initially in a big box set, which is Kill Team Nightmare, and then, as is traditional, both of those units will be made available separately, individually for Warhammer 40,000, and that's a main piece as well. So, yeah, all of that on its way. So whether you're a Kill Team fan or a Warhammer 40,000 fan, there's some good stuff to look forward to in that set.
Very, very nice. So I think without further ado, shall we do the
Yeah, let's have a look at the
next
next thing.
reveal?
What do you think? Ooh. Ooh, are they elves? Warcry elves. A brand new box set. Nighthaunt. And yeah, some kind of elf. Idrilan. What's Idrilan? Lumineth? See, again, there's that plastic flame. Does anyone see what I mean? You can tell when a flame is plastic. I mean, I love plastic. It's a great material for modelling. But flames, you know, flames should be metal or resin, I think.
Lumineth versus Nighthaunt. Eddie, tell us a little bit about this.
So this is a new box set for Warcry. As you say, we've got Lumineth and Nighthaunt. This is a continuation of the Warcry season we're in already, which is set in the jungles.
I've never actually played a game of Warcry. I love the models, and I've used them in all kinds of like conversions for other things. But I've never played Warcry. Chat, does anyone play Warcry? Does anyone? What's it like? Is it just like a skirmishy version? Is it kill team for AOS, or is it something else? Oh, the first yawn. Broken the seal.
The aspect of water made manifest for the Lumineth. So if you're familiar with the way that the Lumineth army works, generally speaking, the warriors, or the elite warriors certainly within that army, will kind of pay homage or be inspired by the spirits of the realms of natural forces for the most part. So we've seen mountain already, we've seen air, and now we're seeing the forces of the rivers basically kind of come to life. And these are very fast, very hard-hitting elite warriors who are able to kind of dance around enemy blows before delivering their kind of precision strikes. And you've got a good mix of different unit types in there.
When Warcry started, it was like it was just Chaos warbands, and now everyone's in it.
Some kind of elite fighters there, and you've got some, I suppose, new additions to the mix. So your leader there is called a Pure Flood Seneschal. He's the one right in the middle with the very impressive stallion helm and his kind of trident. You have the Stream Runners, which are your kind of the ones with the fully armored faceplates, which are kind of very in tune with the spirit of the water. And then you've got the kind of new additions to the mix, which are the Crest Dancers, which are the kind of more lightly armored warriors who are just learning their trade. Sort of thing. But this unit in Warcry, you can imagine being very effective because they're going to be very fast.
I am weirdly into AOS. I say weirdly because how much I love fantasy. But I do like it.
Is tend to and nurture the rivers and the wild watery places of the mortal realms, and particularly in the Nullwood, they're trying to make sure that the river that's been kind of
Like, it's so silly aesthetically, but I really like the silly.
is kind of set back on the right path.
It's kind of my whole raison d'etre is liking the silly.
Inevitably pop up almost everywhere.
I mean, look, I'm making this art
If I'm wrong, but I imagine that
work into an actual model.
absolutely no intention of allowing that to happen.
Yeah, so this is very much an elemental force battle, because you've got on one hand the forces of water and then and fire on this side, and the Pyregeists have some fun IP basically, where Nagash is the Lord of Death and obviously is particularly fond of cruel and unusual punishments for the spirits of anybody who's seen wronged him, or otherwise really just generally a bit spiteful. And all of these characters are to some extent warriors or mortals who in life were guardians of sacred places, or particularly temples of the dead. So they would have been either priests who would have overseen mortuary rites, or guardians of tombs, or grave robbers, or something like that. So That guy right in the middle there, the Deacon of Flames, would have been a mortuary priest who would have held in very high regard in the mortal realms.
Flaming these deacons.
Spirits of the departed were kind of seen happily into whatever Shaiishi in paradise they thought they were going to go to. Nagash didn't really like that because
Yeah, plastic flames. Sorry, I'll stop saying plastic flames now. The sculpts themselves are great. Cloaks are great. The poses are great. The variety. The way that Age of Sigmar has been able to put an awful lot of variety into the Night Haunt, which was just a teeny tiny part of the vampire counts. Like, they weren't able to do it with the Death Rattle. The Death Rattle stayed with the Soulblight Gravelords. Same with the zombies. But the Night Haunt have really kind of come into their own.
Then you've got the Flame Wraiths, which are the ones holding the braziers there. And in life, they would have been warriors. They would have been monks who lit the candles of those sacred places in the various tomb complexes and things. And in death, they now serve Nagash, setting people on fire, basically, and ushering those souls.
I mean, it's a nice job. Who hasn't worked setting people on fire in Nagash, really? It's basically the being in the bill of the mortal realms.
The main building material really for Nagash is bones. So in death, if he gets hold of the soul of a grave robber, he gives him another cruel and unusual punishment to basically be on fire all the time, but also to serve him throwing that fire back at his enemies. So a really interesting mix of units for Warcry. So this very much built as a skirmish warband with lots of different variety in it, but also able to be used in Warhammer Age of Sigmar as a kind of mixed unit as well. So it's a really fun addition.
And this comes with a little bit of scenery as well. A Slan statue from Talaxis. This is the idol of the Old Ones, which is a malfunctioning artifact of power.
Ooh.
So the whole of the Gurish jungle.
That is a good bit of scenery.
Is effectively
That is a good bit of scenery.
This colossal Seraphon starship that's kind of crashed across it, and you can imagine this thing being like the prow or the figurehead of the temple ship that's kind of crashed through the middle of the jungle and fallen off. And obviously everything Seraphon is just laced with magic, and it's a really nice.
I might need that bit of scenery.
Kind of fantastical and the arcade.
I hope you'll be able to get that.
Obviously, it's a big cool statue of
Is that coming in the box, or is that a separate thing?
Got, some hints there that there's some tech going on inside it. So there is that kind of little celestial constellation of dots on the front might be magical.
That's possibly my favourite bit of scenery ever. That's worth staying up for.
Anybody who kind of stumbles across this in the mortal realms, apart from the fact that it's half made of gold, if you can drag this back to civilization somehow, you'll probably be quite rich. But the Nullwood is probably not keen on relinquishing this. So if you can get it, good stuff. But you've got to brave the Pyre and the Flood first. And all of this comes in a big box set called Pyre and Flood, and comes with a new Warband tome, which gives you all the rules you need to play the Lumineth and the Night Haunt new warbands in Warcry.
Lovely stuff. Warcry there. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, that looks good, doesn't it?
Gives you a sense of how big that piece of
I love that
terrain is as well.
jadey type
Piece of terrain to put onto your
paint
battlefield.
as well.
And if you have been collecting Warcry terrain since the start of this season, you will probably now have pretty much a whole battlefield full of weird trees and old one relics and all sorts of stuff. So this is a nice kind of centerpiece to kind of top that off.
So, let's take a look at the next one.
Keep going.
Yes, please. Yeah, Kroot. Here we go. Are we going to see the whole box? Assuming the rumours were true. Yeah, it is. New carnivores, solid. Krutox, yeah. Ooh, lots of Krutox. New shapers, sorry. Let's move that out of the way. War shapers. And it does come with the codex. Solid. No, it does come with the book.
hunting season is well and truly open. Everyone in the chat just going Kroot, Kroot. This is the new Kroot for the Tau Empire, along with the new codex as well for the Tau in 10th edition. Eddie, let's start with the Kroot. What do we know about these Masters of DNA?
So the Kroot have been part of the Tau Empire since their inception back in a previous edition of Warhammer 40,000, but they haven't had a huge amount of attention since they came out, with the one very notable exception of the Kill Team that was released for Kill Team. But we are now seeing a massive expansion for the Kroot, and what we're going to show you today is only some of the new Kroot that are on their way for the Tau Empire as auxiliaries. For Warhammer 40,000. So this is, we'll start with the
Gonna
Carnivore Squad.
change
These
the
are
space
your
slightly.
basic troopers. So this is a refresh of the existing kit with loads more detail. It's been a very long time since the Kroot Carnivore Squad came out. It was early 2000s, so almost 20 years waiting for this.
Yeah, I remember it.
And the new kit has got everything you'd hope for.
Kroot got into Warhammer at the same time I got into Warhammer.
To make them very dynamic and very cool. You've got things like new special weapons that you can see bottom left there. Got some lots of combat options, lots of things to kind of add a bit of variety. And these are very interchangeable as well with the Kroot
Well,
team.
I think I'm just about getting to the end of
So loads of really nice options.
this guy. I'll make sure I show him off at the end.
If you've got a Tau army, you can have quite a lot of these units as well. So there's not a huge amount of.
I'll put him away for a minute so I can see the Kroot. 'Cause those are good Kroot.
Warrior themselves, which is good because you might want to have 20.
They look fairly interchangeable with the current ones as well. It's very much a
Units because there's plenty of other very cool stuff on the way. This is a Kroot flesh shaper. One of the things that the guys have done with
very Predator.
Kroot is they've really expanded the concept of shapers, which previously was almost like a catch-all term for all Kroot leaders were called shapers. And what they've now done is expanded the idea of a shaper into different roles. So there are now shapers whose main job is to be to kind of lead the evolutionary development of the Kroot. There are those of them that are almost like shamanic. There are those of them that are kind of trackers or hunters or war leaders and things like that.
Give me your shamanic. Yeah, 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 your shamanic.
You want to eat that bit, you want to eat that bit, and kind of almost like a butcher kind of role to some extent, and that's reflected in some of the weapons. But you can see that this guy's also tooled up to the nines, right? Like he's got a lot of different weapons, both for killing and for cutting. So he's also going to be a bit of a menace in close combat. A really beautiful kit though. Like there's a lot of detail on that. So if you're a painter and you're looking for something to kind of show off your skills, this is cool. And I think worth saying as well across the entire range, if you have a Tau army, this gives you a really interesting and different set of stuff to paint into that army, which otherwise is very kind of like near future sci-fi. Another shaper. So this is a really cool kit. This is the War Shaper, and their role really is the kind of general of the Kroot force. And you can see already there with some of the options we've got on display that there are a lot of different approaches to this particular kit. You can see variant heads, variant weapons. You've got bows and staves and close combat weapons and all sorts. Really lovely detail across this model as well. You can see the cloak there with that kind of reptilian Kroot-looking flayed skin on the back there. Loads of kind of extra detail on this guy as well. So this is a really lovely model. This is probably one of the more detailed miniatures in the Kroot range. And I really
Yeah, that does look good.
that kind of character part of the Kroot expanded because we haven't really seen that since the first incarnation of the Kroot. So
Yeah, because the first one, it was just a shaper. There was no other. It wasn't really a class so much. It was a model.
So Krootox will be familiar with anyone who's played Tau Empire in the past, but Krootox Rampages gives you a very
Close combat
approach.
Krootox.
So rather than being lumbering weapons platforms, these are younger, bold kind of shock cavalry version of the Kroot who charge into the middle of enemy armies and kind of send stuff flying. So this is kind of in the mix with your things like kind of Thunderwolves and Squig cavalry and stuff like that. So they hit very hard and they can kind of tear enemy infantry and stuff to pieces. They've got a little bit of shooting as well with those javelins and things, but really what these guys are about is just smashing right into the enemy army and making a mess. And what they really do, if you've got a Tau army, is give you a very different style of approach to part of your force, because one of the things that you do struggle with the Tau army is, well, if the enemy get close, what am I going to do to fight them up close? How do I shift enemy units off objectives? This is one of your units that can absolutely do that. You send these guys into cool dynamic miniatures. You can see there they're kind of loping across the battlefield, charging forward. A very dynamic, very fun-looking unit to paint. They do look mean, yeah. The traditional Crutox hasn't gone away though. If anything, he's bulked up a little bit. And again, he comes with a bunch of new options. So you can see there, this is a kind of older, gnarlier looking Crutox maybe than the Crute Rampages. He's got kind of longer quills, lots of variety on this model as well. So you can see alternate head options, alternate gun options as well, which is a new thing.
Solid
So
alternate heads.
Blast weapon options. You've got some heavier, kind of big autocannon-esque sort of options. And this guy, role doesn't really change. Fundamentally, what he's for is kind of hanging out towards the back of the battlefield, or with some of your longer range Crute units and picking off targets at range. But obviously, still a Crutox. So if you get into close combat with him, he's still going to rip you in half unless you're a pretty decent close combat unit.
Yeah.
So that's about half of the new Crute stuff that's coming. That's what we're going to show you today. But
Yeah, 'cause we know there's the four-legged,
actually comes in one big
the thing that looks like a
the Crute hunting pack. So you get two of those.
looks like a Crute. Looks like a it looks like a Narlock, but with 4 legs.
And you get the 2 Shaper units that we saw there as well. So you get a very sizable force that you can either bolt onto the side of a Tau Empire force, or you can use it as the start of a Crute force. And one of the things that is in the new Tau
You can tell some people were just staying for the Crute because the Crute got revealed and then they've left, which is fair. That is, this is probably the reveal of the day. And the fact that the whole Tau Codex is coming in with the Crute hunting pack, that is very legitimizing for the Crute.
Crute army very happily with one of the detachments in this book, and all of the kind of stratagems and extra rules and things key off Crute units, so you can build them like that. Or you can go, I've got Tau army that I've been collecting for a long time, and what I really need is a couple of auxiliary units to give me some combat beef, or to do some infiltrating grab objectives early on, or just to kind of give me something different to paint for aesthetic purposes, in which case you can add in any of those new Crute units into your Tau. I think
I wonder what the
best of both worlds. You can have it either way.
dude.
Some lovely stuff for the Crute there.
It is lovely stuff, Lewis. It is.
That's only about half of the new stuff that's on its way, and we'll have
And I'm looking forward to the rest.
show you over the next coming weeks and months.
Very nice. Shall we check out the next
Let's
reveal?
do it.
Yes, please. Ooh, Dark Elves. Is that a Dark Elf? Look Dark Elfy. An unlikely ally, Dark Elves. What on earth's that? It is, it's... What on earth is that?
Crethusa the Chrome Seer there. An important new Daughters of Cain character for Warhammer Age of Sigmar.
That looks cool. What on earth is it?
Winged Prophet.
So this is a really exciting release for a few reasons.
I have a small
If we go from a lore perspective,
Daughters of Cain
the
force.
Crone Seer represents a really interesting part of the Daughters of Cain lore, which is that she isn't under the sway of Marathi. So if you're familiar with the way that Daughters of Cain work, Marathi has effectively subverted the faith of Cain to kind of channel all of the belief into the bloody-handed god, into her own power source. But there are a few of the Daughters of Cain who are a little bit suspicious of Marathi's intentions and don't really believe what she's up to. And Crethusa the Chrome Seer represents part of that. It's also a very kind of deep lore dive into some very old elven lore. With the crone is a very old elven god, and she's almost representing someone who's kind of stumbled across the power of this very buried elven deity, and is kind of manifesting it. She's black, and that kind of headdress that she's got also kind of I think you would say
What's that, inverted spikes?
has
on
inverted
there, yeah.
spikes into her own eyes, so she can't see, but she can see through the power of her kind of crows that she spreads around. So she
Like Game of Thrones.
kind of lives in the shadow and kind of
She wargs.
through these familiars.
I know Game of Thrones wasn't the first one to do that, but, you know, being a crow does bring that to mind.
Attack enemies and things like that. So she's definitely not a good guy. She's on Team Order, but she's a fairly sinister sort of character.
Yeah.
And representing a very
But Order
interesting
isn't the good guys.
new piece of the political dynamic for the Daughters of Cain, particularly.
I don't like...
In game terms,
As someone with a full
priestess who can
Storm
add
host,
a lot of stuff to
Stormcast being the closest to just good guys,
kind of, way of playing, and
Order isn't good guys. Order is just those that don't want destruction, don't want chaos, and don't want death.
I suppose if you've got the Daughters of Cain
In the same way that Death aren't bad guys. They're just the people who don't want order, don't want chaos, and don't want destruction. Like, they are all antitheses of each other. No one is saying that Marathi is a good guy. What they are saying is that she wants order. I'm an anarchist, so, like, order being de facto good guy is not something I do here.
And she's an important player in the Mortal Realms as well. So if we have a look at our next reveal, we'll see why.
Go on then, show me why. Is this next Dawnbringer's book? Yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, witch hunters. Are there going to be lots of witch hunters? Makes sense. If there's a crone, there's going to be lots of witch hunters. Nice. I know there's been a range of releases with these Dawnbringers. Like, they're not all just giant centerpieces.
Yeah, so the Crone Seer is the titular character of Book 5
Titular.
of the Dawnbringer series. Book 4 is on the way and will be kind of death-themed and will be all about the kind of flesh-eater courts, and that's on its way very soon. But we followed very soon after by Book 5, which is a much more gritty, low-level, I guess, exploration of the Mortal Realms, mostly set in the city of Hammerhall, where the Crone Seer is aiding a team of Age of Sigmar heroes as they
Ooh, she's aiding them.
the twin-tailed city.
So she's not the one being hunted.
A kind of important character, and we get to see why she is one of the big movers and shakers of the lore in the Age of Sigmar. We also get to meet two characters which you might be familiar with if you are viewers of Age of Sigmar animations or you're fans of the Black Library series, which is Callus and Toll, the Saviors of Cinderfall. So these are agents of Azir. They are two characters who are
Ooh, go Azir.
a little bit like your kind of witch hunter archetype.
Sorry,
in
there's a
Age of
Stormcast
Sigmar.
Emmy coming out.
What they do in Hammerhall and beyond is to root out those kind of chaos cults and various disreputables that might seek to undermine the cities of Sigmar. So very much in the cities of Sigmar army, but kind of the low-level kind of grunt work, I guess, of rooting out those chaos cults and things that might pop up under the nose of...
Oh yeah, the low-level thing of rooting out chaos gods. Such a low level.
Hangers on. So you've got Valis, the Keeper, Askian, who is the Stormcast there, and he is one of the guardians of Hammerhall. You can see on his shield there, you've got the symbol of Hammerhall, which I think we first saw in some of the very early Cities of Sigmar stuff. So he looks after Hammerhall in the realm of fire, and kind of goes along when things get really serious, right? When the agents of Azir need a little bit of Stormcast help, they can call on this guy. You've also got Lisa Ravenia, who is your assassin thief looking character on the top left there, and she obviously brings all the skills that an assassin/thief would bring, which is always very useful. You've got an interesting character, Mistress Varentia. She is the character there with the kind of Siamese-looking cat.
Oh, there's the cat.
Spy mistress in Hammerhall, and the way that she
Oh, the Griffhound. Come on, I've got to get a Griffhound.
she has lots of little helpers and friends and critters and creatures.
And you know what? You know what Stormcast is missing? When I look at my Stormcast army, my entire Stormcast, like Storm host, I look at them and I think, it's good, but there aren't enough giant keys on their backs. It's a really good, fun army. If only one of them had a giant, massive key on its back, that would really make it And now I don't need to think that anymore. Now I can
So not one, but two.
now I can have a Stormcast with a massive key on his back. And that
This is really exciting because Callus and Toll.
that's really why we're all here, isn't it?
Especially if you've been following the Black
That's why we wake up.
you might be familiar
We wake up so we can
They definitely give you a kind of more
dream of a time
the Mortal Realms and kind of
when one of our models
the kind of
has a
story of
big old key on his back.
and in this Dawnbringers Book 5 will kind of
What a time to be alive.
across the board, every single one of these is a really lovely miniature as well. So kind of nodding a little bit to the style we saw in things like Curse City. So if you started a kind of collection of Age of Sigmar characters and just lovely fantasy miniatures, right, that kind of exist in the Mortal Realms, these are great additions to it.
Yeah, they're brilliant. Really lovely.
There is a new novel on the way as well. So they already featured in a couple of novels already, and there's more on the way in Callus and Toll, where we get to see them in Hammerhall getting up to what they do best, uncovering chaos cults and general.
Phoenix wants the Cat Lady and Griffhound, which is very understandable
Can we see the next reveal?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
because they're the good boys. Ooh, voice or undead? Is that undead? It is. A zombie Underworlds warband. Ooh, what's that? I want that. I don't know what it is, but that looks good. So a necromancer and a bunch of zombies. And what's that? Is that a werewolf? What on earth is that? Is that a werewolf? We haven't had proper werewolves for a while. Like the what are they called?
Zondara's Grave Breakers bringing some love to the Death Gorge there. It's a new death warband for Warhammer Underworlds. Eddie, what do we know about these?
So this is a really fun premise for a warband because effectively, at its heart, it doesn't look like it. Bear with me. This is a love story, right?
It is.
So Zondara is the necromancer wizard character that you can see in the centre there, and her love has been cursed in the realm of beasts. And there's loads of curses going around. It's Age of Sigmar. Every second person is cursed in some way, shape, or form. But her love has been cursed and turned into a beast, basically. So that weird beast wolf monster character there. She is seeking in the realm of beasts a cure for that, and she thinks that the cure can be found somewhere in the vast graveyards of the realm of beasts. So using a mix of necromantic and Gurish magic, she has raised a team of zombies, imbued them with extra bestial strength, and she is cracking open graves across the realm of beasts to try and find magical cures, amulets and things to cure her love. What that gives you in Underworld's warband is a really interesting mix of models, and also some very interesting mix of abilities and things for gaming purposes.
So is it going to be usable in Age of Sigmar?
Necromancer / Gurish.
Because loads of the old
And then you've also got a powerful monster character, and that's backed up with some zombies, which
Underworlds warbands aren't usable anymore, or at least aren't usable as units. They're kind of just generic versions.
probably henchmen, absolutely. And you can also kind of bolster them with Gurish magic. So they're
Yeah, Necromancer and Accidental Werewolf Boyfriend
death zombie because these are also empowered with a little bit of
is a great aesthetic.
so a bit of magic, a bit of combat. A very
Speaking of great aesthetic, I think I've finished my pose
kind of overlap between them as
with
and some
a few minutes to spare.
paint up in some interesting ways. So and showcasing as well, I think,
I wonder.
about Underworld, which is most of the big factions now kind of ticked off. You've got your kind of humans and your Seraphon and your Chaos, and we're now getting to explore some of the kind of weird and wonderful corners of the Mortal Realms with some kind of left field warbands that maybe you didn't expect to see.
Yeah, I certainly didn't expect to see Age of Sigmar Beauty and the Beast, but I'm absolutely here for it.
Exciting across the board, right?
Lovely.
Yep.
Do the next one?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah, solar. Right, let's see what we can lit bash. Is it just going to be the stuff we've already got in plastic, or can we lit bash some stuff? alternate weapons on a heavy sentinel. That's doable. We can do that. Dracosan. Ooh, Lehman Russ. We can definitely do those. Yeah, we can do the alternate weapons on the heavy sentinels. We've got those. Those already exist as models. Then add reinforcements. Malkador heavy tank. Yes, we've got that. Solid. The Lataris. We've got the Axe versions of those. Okay. I'm looking at it, and the first thing I'm thinking is absolutely we can lip bash those sentinel weapons. That's easy. That's like what lip bashing was made for. The Dracosan, I don't know if we have anything that has the same pattern, so that might be a bit of a bigger challenge, but I also expect we'll absolutely get it. But yeah, that Sentinels are definitely happening. How many Solar Auxilia players do we have? I know only 11 of the 1,300-ish are here, but are any of you Solar mains? Because the Solar videos never do as well as the Astartes videos. I'm going to keep doing them for variety and just so everyone's repped. Jason loves the Malkador. Good. Daryl's excited about the Malkador. Good. Do you run Solar Auxilia in LI?
And the Solar Auxilia have an interesting place in the Horus Heresy because against the Space Marine, they are relatively outmatched, but the Space Marines alone are not able to kind of conquer the entire galaxy. So when the Emperor set out on his Great Crusade, he identified the fact that even though you've got hundreds of thousands of Space Marines, the galaxy is a very, very big space. So you need some Auxilia to go with it, you need some backup. So Solar Auxilia literally is Auxilia from the solar system. That's where the name comes from.
Yeah, I think we pretty much gathered that, didn't we?
Give them extra manpower. But as the Crusade evolved, the Solar Auxilia sort of became a byproduct for a byword for elite mortal troops. So other than the Space Marines, they are seen as the most competent troops in the armies of mankind. So in the wider Imperial army, the Solar Auxilia are kind of looked upon as these are the best a mortal can get without being elevated to the status.
Solar Auxilia, the best a mortal can get.
They are given the best weapons that the Imperium can muster en masse. So there are millions of these guys out spread across the Great Crusade, and lots of regiments in the wake of the Great Crusade have kind of modelled themselves upon the Solar
Ooh,
Auxilia as well.
terrain. What terrain are you doing, Tom?
Legion is backed up by hosts of
I haven't done any terrain yet.
these, as well
Looking forward to it.
plenty of expeditionary and crusade forces that are also backed up with loads of Solar Auxilia troops. And then when the Horus turned against the Emperor, about half of the Solar Auxilia, just like the Space Marines, fell with him and decided to kind of back his play to be the new Emperor of mankind. So you can play these either as loyalist or as traitor. The las rifle section here represents your basic troopers. They have got las guns and bayonets. The bayonets look particularly ferocious. You can see those on a few of those there. They look like they would make a mess of someone.
They do like bayonets on their plastics.
But up against the Space Marine, you will need a lot of these guys in your force. So if you are looking to build an army of these for the Horus Heresy and you want to go infantry heavy, you can put an awful lot of Solar Auxilia las sections into your army. The rules for these already exist, so you can already find them in some of the books that accompanied the release of the Age of Darkness box set. But the key thing really is that up to this point they were available in resin, which was it's a less useful material to work with than plastic. It takes a bit longer to put your army together. It's more expensive. These are going to mean that you can reasonably build entire armies of Solar Auxilia if you want to, which is very cool. Loads of options in there as well.
And the tanks won't cost £4,000.
Sergeant is really cool. He's got power fists and plasma pistols and volkites and there's kind of banners and stuff in there as well. But this is, again, arguably the least exciting of all the kits that's on the way. There's loads of cool upgrades and things for them as well. This is the tactical command section. So you can see in the mix there you've got Vox.
So that's basically what we've got.
Company banners and things like that.
Although the tactical command has a sword, doesn't it? Not a fist. So that might be doable as a bash.
And it's just good, right? Because they have to go up against things like Space Marines. So you can imagine these guys having to hold the line against things like charging world eaters and stuff like that, and kind of
And they would do it
you're going to lose a few
admirably, I'm sure.
And through you know, grit and steel, they might just see it to the other side of the battle. And there's something about them that you kind of want to root for because they are closer to humans certainly than the space marines and things they go up against.
Yeah.
There are a lot of vehicles on the way for these guys. So this is the Ethon Heavy Sentinel.
So yeah, we can definitely get the...
Loads of weapon options. So
It does. Loads of weapon options. Where are our weapon options in 8mm, guys?
Range of different main cannons you can put on there as well. Loads of choices, multi-lasers, heavy flamers, melter.
I've got to do all those, haven't I?
Which is my personal favourite. Basically, anytime you can put Volkite on something, put it on. You're going to choose Volkite. It's the best.
Yeah.
It's not technically the best in game terms. It's just my favourite because I like to imagine the noise it makes and the mess it makes the enemy units when they shoot. And this is sort of a forerunner of the Sentinel designs that you see in Warhammer 40,000. It's much more sort of industrial looking. These would have been mass produced in their thousands and sent out alongside the Solar Auxiliary forces, allowing them some kind of close range support as they kind of wade off into the Great Crusade. Certainly not a
It does look like a metal rotisserie chicken.
but again, much like the troops underneath it, would be outnumbering things like Space Marines
Yes.
in a firefight. So they're hoping that your weight of number again.
I'm glad you didn't consider that to be a negative, because
Lots of lovely little touches.
it's absolutely not.
Of some of the later Sentinel designs as well, nodding to that idea that lots of the things that you see during the Horus Heresy are the origin of some of the things that we know and are very familiar with in Warhammer 40,000.
Sentinel
There
Solo.
are loads of tanks on the way. Probably the most common amongst them, the Dracosian transport. Unlike the Rhinos of the Space Marines, the Dracosian does a few more things for you. So you could pack a lot of troops into this, and because it also has to kind of...
Have we had this announced? I feel like we've had this announced. I really don't follow Solar enough.
Options in the mix there as well. So the pintle mounted, you can either have heavy flamers, you can have...
You may not need all the weapon options in epic scale.
Big demolisher cannon.
I do.
Nice big siege breaking demolisher cannon to even the odds if your little troopers need to go up against a big unit of Space Marines. Always helpful if 3 or 4 of them have been blown to bits.
Ha! 4-legged Sentinel would be fun.
Have to bayonet charge into
Like a little puppy.
a Blood Angels or something. There's a new Lehman Russ on the way. So this is a Heresy era Lehman Russ.
Watch that become the Elite Reman Russ.
Russes that you'll see in Warhammer 40,000. There's absolutely nothing stopping you as well if you decide you wanted to kind of port a few of these or use some of the bits into your Warhammer 40,000.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the weapons and loadout and the crew has been designed specifically with the idea that this works alongside your Solar Auxiliary force. And you've got...
Ah, there we go then. So we've got the Dracos, and hopefully we'll have all the weapon options.
The Lehman Russ strike tank comes with the Vanquisher. You've got battle cannon, twin auto cannon, and twin las cannon, and a variety of different pintle-mounted options as well, with things like hunter-killer missiles and heavy flamers and stuff. You've also got a pretty brutal-looking dozer blade and your kind of forward las cannon.
Dozer?
There as well.
Hardly know her.
And again, it looks a little bit more maybe industrial, maybe kind of mass-produced than some of the later Lehman Russes. And again, this thing would have been rolled out in its thousands as the kind of workhorse tank of the Imperial Army. So, whereas in Warhammer 40,000, you certainly see squadrons of these. In the time of the Horus Heresy, you would have had whole battlefields full of these tanks rolling forward. Battles like Talon and things like that, where you would have had entire companies of these in the hundreds rolling across the...
I would love to see a Solar Auxiliary armoured company from someone.
kind of
Not me,
apocalyptic-sized battlefields of,
someone.
Of the Horus Heresy. We've seen some of that in Legions Imperialis, of course, where you can kind of actually have hundreds of these on the battlefield.
Yeah.
There's something cool about having the bigger tank as well, and still putting a lot of them on the battlefield. And all of that stuff we've just seen comes together in the Solar Auxilia battle group. So this is very much like the kind of army boxes we've seen for Age of Darkness and things like that. And all comes together. If you want to kind of kickstart a Solar Auxilia battle group, you can pick up this and it gives you a good starting point. It's certainly not a full army because, as we were saying, the Solar Auxilia, you can have an awful lot of them, right? So you can have hundreds of troops on the battlefield if you want, but certainly gives you a very good starting point. And much like lots of other things in the Horus Heresy, you can ally these into your forces as well. So if you've got a Space Marine Force.
You don't like the metal trim edges?
decide to
Just the
evolve,
way they painted them, or you don't like that they're there?
but there is something fun about just having.
Because I think they're quite a fun change in aesthetic.
So there's more on the way for the Solar Auxilia. So those of you who are very familiar with the Horus Heresy rules will know that the Lehman Russ has got more options than that kit.
I know, I just made one.
Single weapon option onto the single frame, so there is an alternate version as well, which is the assault tank. And this one, generally speaking, is the kind of short range but more brutal version of the Lehman Russ. And the main difference really is the main battle cannon and some of the different options you get for the pintle mount. So Demolisher, which is your kind of classic close-range siege weapon.
I know, I just made one.
Big plasma cannon, and you
Make sure everyone checks out the video, because it's not done very well considering it's solar.
So this is devastating short-range weapon.
Share it to all your solar friends.
And interchangeable as well with the other one too, so you can kind of mix the kits together if you wanted to. The Velataris Storm section is a really fun addition as well. These are the elite, kind of more heavily armoured version of the Solar Auxilia. The unit composition you can see on the screen there is fully kitted out with Volkite, so this is your kind of depth-grating anti-infantry version. So more firepower coming out of that squad, so you can imagine squads of 10, 20 of these piling out of Dracosians and kind of unleashing a huge amount of firepower into things. And you do need a lot of firepower to take down the things they have to go up against, so you probably want a few of these in the mix.
If you're worried about the Warhammer universe making sense mechanically.
Close combat punch into the mix as well. There is something endearing, I suppose, about a human that has been given like a big heavy suit of armor, and then they're looking across the battlefield at these 7 or 8 foot tall superhuman warriors they need to go up against, and then their commander hands them an axe and goes, "Can I have a gun?" He's like, "No, you get an axe. Have a great time."
Yeah, solid.
Good axe, you know, it's powered and all the rest of it. You can chop through stuff. But you've got to respect that, I think, in a trooper, if they're willing to go toe-to-toe with a Space Marine
With an axe.
a sturdy, powered axe. That's pretty good. But again, a really lovely, flexible kit. Lots of interchangeability between some of these kits as well, so things like arms and heads and back banners and stuff like that, you can swap and change between them, much like you can with the Legion kit for the Space Marines, where you can kind of swap and change between lots of those armor marks and things. And then last up, one of the bigger hitters for the Solar Auxilia, the Malkador Heavy Tank. So this is a kind of one-up on your Lehman Russ with even more firepower. You've got loads of options on this for different things, but this is designed to go toe-to-toe with things like Spartan tanks and Land Raiders and kind of slightly larger tanks. And again, you can have quite a lot of these in your force. Kit it out to do basically whatever your army isn't very good at. You can go, I need more anti-infantry, I need more anti-tank, I need more things that can take down monsters. Whatever is missing in your force, you can add into this with a huge variety of different weaponry. So you've got battle cannons and las cannons and demolisher cannons and heavy flamers and different sponson options for either close range anti-infantry or longer range anti-tank support. Whatever you need, basically, the Malkador can kind of fill that gap in your army. And again, you can quite happily fit 2 or 3 of these.
Have you had a Malkador fill your gap?
Kind of tank heavy and going.
Call the number on screen now.
Loads of really cool stuff on the way. And all of that stuff is on its way very soon, and it looks phenomenal as well. It's a really cool army.
And everyone gets a chance to be a Malkador tank, as per the film being John Malkador.
Releases there. Any highlights for you, Eddie?
I'm excited about Callus and Toll, I think, actually.
Yeah,
I
that
like
does
those
look
two.
great.
I'm looking
Yeah,
forward
yeah.
to painting up some new stuff. But I think there's some really good stuff for all the games.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the Kroot as well, I think. They look very cool, kind of bolted onto a Tau army, but I think looking forward to seeing what they do with the higher armies of Kroot.
Yeah. And that's half the.
And that's just half of them. Yeah, there's loads more on the way. I mean, it's all good, right? The Solar Auxilia launch is going to be phenomenal as well. The thing about that I'm quite excited about is that up until this point, the rules have been available, but most Horus Heresy games have been Space Marine versus Space Marine. But this adds like a whole extra dimension. So all of a sudden, even if you're a Space Marine player, you go, okay, so what happens if I know I'm going to go up against loads of Solar Auxilia, I'm going to have some anti-infantry stuff. So all of a sudden, your decision of like which weapons and things are the most efficient, you might not necessarily lean plasma to kill power armies. You might go, oh, I do want some Volkite, I do want some heavy flamers, that sort of thing. So it adds a lot of extra things into the mix and consideration for building armies. So exciting time.
It is exciting times.
Well, that's all we've got time for, folks. Speaking of which,
Not even a final reveal?
enjoyed getting a bit of a peek at all of those fantastic release.
Still is pretty
As
good.
always, a huge, great big thank you to Noel
My
for
highlight was the big slan face.
Thank you to our producer Raf for getting up at the crack of dawn with us. And
Excellent big slan
making
face.
it all happen. And thank you to you, Eddie, for
Pleasure as
taking us through all
always.
those awesome releases. As always, you can catch up on all the releases that you've seen this morning, today, tonight, wherever you might be, on the Warhammer Community website. And we will see you on the next one. Take care.
Indeed. Thank you, everyone. Right, that's the end of that. And I'm just about to glue on the very last piece of... Let's turn this down. There we go. Can you hear me now? Hey. Yeah, I muted the desktop audio and it muted the other one as well. So I'm back. Yeah, so I didn't think I'd be able to do it, but seeing as I started like 1 in the morning, I think I did. So there we go. It's not bad. I think it harkens back to where it goes. Can you hear me now? Yeah, cool. Yeah, so there we go. I think it harkens back to this lovely bit of artwork while also keeping up with the modern sensibilities. And hopefully anyone who does recognise this artwork will go, oh, hang on, yeah, I get it. That's what it is. I even managed to give him a little marine to be fighting against, desperately holding his own. Ah, right, who's really, really tired and who has absolutely powered through it? Makes his way downtown, holding fast, patience fast and homebound. Do-ba-do-do-ba-do-do. Do-ba-do-ba-do-do-ba-do-do. Yeah, so between him and this other guy, gun banners, yeah, I probably will. I haven't decided what I'm going to use yet, but they will have banners because even the Maniple has banners. So here are my 2 Warhounds so far. The other 3 are all going to be fighting a Reaver Titan. So there's going to be a big ruined Reaver Titan across all 3 bases. Good night, Jason. Thanks for joining us. It's been fun. Oh, we'll have to do this again sometime. So yeah, this one's just killed a warlord by the look of it. And this one's doing a big stompy thing. And I've got 3 more to do, and then I've got a full Audax Maniple. Problem with putting the head more over the foot, I think that's just something that can happen in art but can't happen in real life, because that way the head would be all the way over here and he'd be looking that way, which means then the aim would be that way, which means then that foot would be in the wrong place. I'm happy with it. I think this is the right pose. Right, looks like everyone's getting ready for bed, so I'll leave this as it is. I don't know what happens with YouTube and recording and whether it saves streams, but in any case, thank you all for joining me. And let me see what happens if I open up YouTube. Making my way downtown. Holding fast. Something, something. Homebound. Dumbity dumbity doo. Doobie 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 da 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 da. Goodness, 6 in the morning. Haven't done a full nighter in ages. Let's look at my channel. What happens if I click it? My videos. Bear in mind, I've never done a stream before, so I have no idea what's going to happen. Your Friday's off. God, lucky you. I have to drive to Newbury in 3 hours. So I wonder if it does save. I hope it saves. Let's find out. Right. Good night, everyone. I'm going to press end stream and see what happens. See if it saves. If it doesn't, it's been special. Only you guys get to see it, and I'll have to do a separate war commentary on what was revealed. But in any case, thank you everyone for joining me. But yeah, it's been real. Peace and love, everyone.